All right, YouTube stream should be good. So, real quick for the VOD on YouTube, the plan for today is we need to build out the lens result functionality. We have the model built, we have the database table, but we don't have the controller, router, or any of the Open API stuff wired up so that the front end can consume it. So we got to do that first. So then from there, right, we'll do the front end, and then after that, we might finally be able to do the WebLLM stuff. That might be a tomorrow thing. That might even be a Thursday thing, but we're getting there. And yeah, the more I'm building this feature, the more I'm like stoked on the idea of it. But we got to use it and we got to try it. But the first thing we're going to do today is I need to double check some conferences and start tracking their CFPs. So let's just do some of that. Definitely not a loophole there, Brainless. No, if you're doing it for the company, it doesn't matter when you did it, especially if you're paid a salary. If you're a contractor, there could be something said, but did you use company hardware? Like, I don't know. I would say company owns whatever you did. The only way you would be able to really split it out is if you weren't building it for work and you weren't using work hardware for it. But okay, so looks like there is a Visual Studio Live at Microsoft HQ. I could apply to that. There is a Visual Studio Live San Diego. I could apply to that. Atlanta in March could be worse. Likely not going to make it to some of these. Okay, so then React Miami. Okay, CFPs close the 18th. All right, so let's do some of this. Raw dogging without a kicker this week because you got distracted? Oh, in your fantasy football? Dude, I need 3 points. Actually, like 2.1 points out of Keenan Allen to beat Atoda this week. And I'm just not sure he's going to be able to do it because Keenan Allen has been so hit or miss for me. I put Romeo Dubes out there. Dude got a 0 for me. My defense got 2 points. But I did have Josh Allen go crazy and get me 37. Zay Flowers got me 16. Derrick Henry only 10. Travis Etienne 20. Dalton Kincaid got 12. Glad I kept him in. Cooper Kupp actually got 10. I should have had him in. Dawson Knox even got 14 at tight end. What? So him and Dalton are splitting carries. That's not ideal. Or splitting receptions. But yeah, man, I should have had Dawson Knox in instead of Dubes, and I wouldn't even had to worry about it. No, I got lucky. Atota's defense had 14 points yesterday, and Las Vegas of all teams might have managed to score 17 points, which brought them down to 11, which actually has me in the running because there's no way Keenan Allen would get me a guaranteed 7 points, right? But anyway, yeah, foosball stuff. In actual football, your Colts are cooked. You might have to put in a tight end as a QB. Yikes. Which tight end would that be? I know there's that one that was on the Saints that was like a dual threat. If it's him, then that's not a big deal. What days are the conference? Or is the conference? April 23rd and 24th. All right, so React Miami. I have not proposed any yet. Well, let's edit this one. What's up, hamster? How you doing? Yeah, that is a good one. I think that's one of Theo's, right? Yeah, it is. All right, so I don't think Get Kraken would have anything for that. Visual Studios are an option. And yeah, let's pop all these out to a new window that I can maintain separately. But yeah, I just need to keep track of some of the CFPs coming up. Exercising a bit and you wanted something interesting to lurk to. What am I building? So the main project is Messijo. So it's about listening to keywords being mentioned on social media. The feature we're working on is a thing called lenses to fine tune more than just like keyword matching. Like we're going to use LLMs to get like the intent of a message and then filter things a little even more with that. But the thing I'm doing right now is as a DevRel, developer advocate technically, I do need to keep some of these like CFPs for various conferences at front of mind, like React Miami. So I got 10 days to submit a talk for React Miami. We'll see if I get in, but if not, whatever. I've never gotten accepted for it, so one of these days. But yeah, we're just looking at a few more conferences that might be up my alley. I feel like PaperCall is another site. CFP for this event ends 4 days before the event itself? That seems a little questionable. So yeah, I work for GitKraken, so I'm looking for any of these that would be applicable for GitKraken specifically, but also just things that side project stuff could work for as well. And yeah, we'll spend no more than like the next 10 minutes on this. Does that answer your question there, hamster? Things labeled as 2024 are probably no longer relevant. Yeah, so I'd say we're good now. All right. So yeah, we did paper call. We looked at these. I don't know. We Are Developers could be good. Wait, did I have the Microsoft HQ one popped open? Yeah, that's Microsoft HQ. I'll apply to that for sure. And then, yeah, I don't know. Nebraska code. Oh, there was one in my Twitter DMs. Is GitKraken like a Git hosting service? Yeah, hard to multitask on an elliptical. Yeah, no worries. Don't feel bad about that. I'm glad you're getting it in there. No, GitKraken is more like imagine GitHub Desktop, but it works on every platform. That's GitKraken desktop itself. We also have GitLens in VS Code. We have a browser extension. We have a web app, gitkraken.dev. They're all about making Git easier to work with and helping teams be more productive with Git. So yeah, we exist like outside of Codeberg, GitHub, GitLab, but we make them easier to work with, right? That's our goal. We've got a bunch of features that I think really do accomplish those goals, but I'm not trying to do the whole product pitch for you, unless you want it. Yeah, consider it like a competitor to SourceTree and Tower, but with just like way more involved. Like we've started really opting into like AI features, such as commit message generation, which is easy. Some of the cooler stuff is maybe like an AI merge conflict resolution tool. Another thing we just released was something called Commit Composer, which is basically like, oh, you have this set of changes, but you like kind of grouped them together into 3 commits. We can recompose those 3 commits into maybe 8 commits that are like logical chunks of changes, which is kind of cool. So there's a bunch of like features just for making Git easier to work with. And some of these things like you wouldn't want to do by hand. Yeah. Commit Composer is pretty much brand new. Within the past like month or two. Yeah, the AI merge conflict resolution and just the merge conflict resolution like tool are really good, right? Like easier than doing it by hand. And like a nice like diff viewer and I don't know, just a lot of like extra features that make Git easier to work with. Exactly. Yeah. Like we have the commit graph where you can like bisect through and search through the graph in like really interesting ways. Yep. I don't know if bisect is specifically something we're handling, but we at least give you like the view to find the right things to try a bisect from. I'll be honest, I don't use the desktop tool nearly as much. I use GitLens. I use our MCP server. I think some of the other things are really neat, but I don't have enough of like a team to work with to where I would benefit. So like Launchpad is, I think, our coolest feature, but I have no use for it here on stream. Like as an example, hold on. I don't know if this will actually be a good example, but if we go look at the Launchpad, we can see, let's see. I don't have any pull requests, but maybe team? Oh, nah, hold on. I need to upgrade for that. But I can see like all issues across like all of my repos, right? And I can scope it to like a certain like workspace, etc. Things like that. So then, yeah, maybe a different workspace would have some of these PRs that I could see. No, I move a lot of my PRs or merge a lot of my PRs pretty quick. If we look at, GitLens's stuff, I have one PR on GitLens that I should definitely close by now. So yeah, you're a Tower customer, just auto-renewed your license, but kind of leaning to let Claude Code handle most recently. Interesting where this market is going to go. Yeah, I think Claude Code does a decent job. I think it's better once you add like an MCP server like ours. Just because it gives it the capability of like seeing all of your issues and pull requests on various providers, like any provider we support, not just GitHub, GitLab, whatever. Something to check out. If not, no worries. Let me get more music going. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think if you are using Claude Code a lot, at some point, I'd love to chat with you. Like, it might not even be me chatting. It might be our, like, one of our designers, but we're trying to get feedback for, like, agentic workflow stuff and what we could do to help make that easier or solve any common problems for people that do a lot of Claude Code style dev. So, yeah, I don't know. Happy to discuss it when you're maybe deeper in it or whenever. If not, also not a big deal. But yeah, so I think we got a few of these popped open. I wanted to double check on one that someone made me aware of. Okay, so sorry, got distracted. It is Nebraska code. That was the one. Okay, so yeah. This is the one that someone was mentioning. The CFP for this closes on the 9th. The conference is in July. Nebraska in July sounds like a fucking nightmare. Cascadia JS is another one I want to keep an eye out for. January 4th. All right. Yeah, let me add that to my tracker. When is it going to be? June 1st and 2nd. Oh, and there's another, the Atmosphere Conference. But real quick, so CFP, we'll just say it's this page for the CFP. End date is 01/04/2026. Atmosphere. All right, so March 26th. Wait, what? I'm so confused by this. It doesn't say 26th. It's 28th. All right, so 28th and 29th. But yeah, an excuse to go to Vancouver during late spring. Woo! I'm going snowboarding for sure. Oh, it's going to be a good one. They don't have the CFP end date. I'm going to just say 01/30, 2026. Oh, so come in early for other stuff on the 26th. Okay. And if it's anything like last year, I'm going to guess that they're going to be doing like the CFP like all the way up until like a couple weeks before the event. So yeah, we'll just have this to save it. So yeah, those are the big three that I definitely want to apply to. I think Render ATL didn't have their CFP up yet. I do want to screenshot that real quick. So yeah, let me just share that with work. Oh my God, why am I spacing? And I actually want to share that with someone else too. Wait, where the hell is this? Uh, okay, anyway, sorry. So, yeah, render ATL not opened up yet. I think Nebraska code could be a good one. This call ends January 9th, so I got time for that. We are developers in Germany. I'd probably have to double check with GitKraken about that one. But yeah, we are developers could be an option. DWX, AI Cloud Web and .NET. So June until July, or maybe just June. Oh, I could propose a Git-focused workshop. Oh, yeah, okay. I could see that being good. And then, yeah, just propose basically what I gave about the history of GitLens for these, I think could be an option. All right, cool. So we've got our CFP stuff kind of tracked. I feel like there was one or two I missed, but whatever. I missed them. And yeah, I guess React Summit and JS Nation. June 12th and 16th in Amsterdam. Five to 7 minutes for a lightning talk. Yeah, that's tough. 20-minute talk length I can do. Yeah, okay. So there's this one. Let me make sure I'm tracking these still. Oh, and I just minimized it. When does this CFP end? March 2nd is the submission deadline. Okay. All right, so they're not doing JS Nation yet, but the .com, June 11th and 15th, very similar vibe. Oh, they're doing an open source awards too. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, so I could do remote talks for that. I might even get my passport by then. But yeah, for both of these, I've got plenty of time. So yeah, March 2nd for both. All right. So yeah, we've got some time for those CFPs. I guess, hold on. React Conf. So that was 2025. I guess they don't really get next year's going yet. Yeah, so 2026 isn't going yet. What are some other of like the biggest conferences? So yeah, they had this one recently. NDC. Is NDC a big one? I did see that link. Their deadline is April 19th. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it open. I think there was a couple NDC ones then, right? So NDC Toronto. All right, so it's just the two. It's a little widespread. Okay. Have you ever been to it? What is JDConf? Java. Oh, so you've been. Okay. Is it a cool one? It's not bad. Heading to Malaga with the Gallaghers. That's kind of fun. It was not bad. Had a pretty good time. Okay. Yeah, if I were to go to this one, April 23rd and 24th, that one would be tough to cover, and it's Elixir only. That'd be tough to cover out of my own pocket. Yeah. All right. So I think we got a good chunk opened up. I guess front runners is another one. January 9th. So yeah, basically beginning of January is when a bunch of these close. And yeah, this does not look like a big premiere one, so I doubt. Like, where even is it? GMU's Arlington campus? Is that Texas? Virginia. Okay. So yeah, it's like over by Baltimore. Got it. Okay. Yeah, it's an option. Yeah, Atmosphere Conf in Vancouver. Yep. Yeah, I got that one in the list. They don't have a CFP up yet. You thought about Developer Week in San Jose? Is there a good link for Developer Week in San Jose? And do you know the way to San Jose? I would say I've been away so long, but I've never been there. Oh, this one seems pretty deep. So it's really just 3 days. Devi's award ceremony. Oh, okay. Yeah, this could be good. I'll keep an eye out. Do they have a CFP? Apply to speak. There it is. Ah, call for speakers is closed. Yep. Yeah, so, yeah, CFP needs to be open. And yeah, I'll want to make sure I apply to GitHub Universe this year, but that'll be like 3 or 4 months. But okay, cool. So yeah, I'd say we've done our CFP thing. I just had to look, had to double check. So Noah, Fanatical has book sales for book bundles. You just got the Vulcan cookbook. Okay. G-Bone, it would be decent to track. Yeah, maybe I could track it for next year, but if I'm not speaking, I'm not going to get covered to go. That's just how it works. So maybe next year. But yeah, keep your eye out. Welcome back, Hamster. Yeah, we just finished our CFP stuff, so now we can get to actually like working on what we're working on. And yeah, welcome back. Yeah, did you end up following the other day when I rated Theo? Was that it? Or did you just discover the channel organically? Ah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, Theo and I rate each other all the time. What sort of presentations would I do or would I want to do at those conferences? Well, if it's a conference where they don't cover hotel and flight, then I'd want to talk about something GitKraken related. If they do cover hotel and flight, then I could talk about something of my own. And what's up, Adrian? How you doing? It has been a while. So as an example, last year for Cascadia JS, I proposed, I think, 2 talks. One of them was about how we migrated from Flow to TypeScript at GitKraken, and the other was about just listening to the fire hose on Blue Sky. They accepted the fire hose one. So you're from the EU, so usually when Theo ends, you're already snoring. Yeah, sounds about right. But you get to catch the beginning of his streams normally, yeah. But yeah, so like when I'm rating into him, he's still, yeah, it's usually towards the end of his stream anyway. So yeah, that makes sense. And when he raids into here, yeah, it's definitely the end of his stream. So, yep, touche. No, Messijo's my own. I pretty much don't work on any GitKraken stuff here on stream. We'll talk about it and some of that, but no, this is my own thing. Yeah, this beanie could fit just a little bit better. It's one of my new ones, so testing it out, stretching it, making sure it fits right. I got 4 others, but yeah. But okay, so keyword lens results. For Stir Trek in Ohio? If it's in the middle of January, I would doubt the CFP is still open. Or you're saying the CFP will open? Oh, is that what you were saying? Never mind. Yeah, I misread. Wow, they only give 2 weeks for the CFP. Okay. Okay, and then where is this? Columbus, Ohio? Okay. I like the name. Multiple sessions at an AMC theater with a movie shown at the end. I'm guessing a Star Trek movie. Damn it. I need to consult Simon Pegg's reviews. Is it the even numbered ones or the odd numbered ones that are good? Oh, you saw Guardians the year it came out? Oh, that's cool. So it's got to be the odd numbered ones he doesn't like. It was in space, right? Right? As sure as eggs is eggs, as sure as day follows night, as sure as every odd numbered Star Trek movie is shit. There it is. That's the quote. They strike a deal with Marvel or whoever is launching their movies during their event ahead of time. Also send out a nice speaker package with swag via the mail. But there might not be hotel coverage since it's only a one-day conference. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd probably want to make sure I submit Get Kraken stuff for this one. Code Mash. I probably missed Code Mash. Yeah, I definitely missed Code Mash. They booked the entire resort for their event. Yeah, that could be cool. All right. So I'll keep an eye out for it next year. Confu? August 7th, call for papers opened until September 21st. Yep, so not that one. Oh, Get Butler was a sponsor? Interesting. Yeah, I'd almost want to create like a separate folder of just like conferences to keep an eye out on. But okay. But yeah, like some of the others, like oh god, what's SquiggleConf? I don't think they're doing a 2026, right? They're pushing to 2027, right? Yeah. So nothing to do for SquiggleConf yet. And what's up, Krasner? Commit your code conference. I don't think they're even posting for next year yet. Yeah, they haven't posted next year's yet. Just double checking on that. I'm definitely going to want to make sure I do that one. You came back from Ohio Linux Fest. It was small but very nice. Okay. And then, hold on, what's another one that typically is not on any sites like Sessionize? Like React Conf we looked at. I don't think I have anything for Angular Conf. Or any of the other, like, big ones. There was one that I was just thinking about. Oh, what's the one in Montana? Big Sky. Are they doing a 2026? They did say see you next year. Hey, Lane's taller than I thought he was. Oh, that's Zeeg, dude from Sentry. Okay. Yeah, Carson, Prime. Okay. Yeah. So we don't need to go through all the photos. But yeah, this is the one that I would definitely want to try and propose a talk for. I missed it this year by like a week, which bums me out. But yeah, one of these days. But okay, cool. So let's get back to work. Unless anyone else has any like must apply conferences that I should keep an eye on. Boy. I do know about Git Merge. I spoke at Git Merge this year. They had it in SF. But yeah, I forget when their CFP is. I think it usually ends around like beginning of beginning of June-ish. Yeah, look at that handsome devil. Only one in the list with a beanie. That's branding. And yeah, I got to see PJ there. That was super cool. Anyone remember when PJ used to stream? Yeah, it was super cool getting to meet him in person. But yeah, so what about next year? Like whenever next year happens. So yeah, Git Merge and GitHub Universe tend to have their CFPs around the same time, but maybe like a week off. And hey, Sabine, what are you up to? Oh yeah, GitCon. That'd be a good one there, GS Volt. I should apply to that. Yeah, Sabine, what were you up to on your stream? A social media tool built entirely with AI agents and OCaml. To write a social media management tool in OCaml and Solid.js. Gotcha. GS Volt, yes. I'm pretty deep in like the Git Nation ecosystem at this point. Like I co-MC'd JS Nation this year. But let's double check. Okay, so some of these others. Node Congress, I forgot about. React Day Berlin. Oh, that one could be cool. So we were just doing like looking at conferences that I need to do like applications for. And then I think someone was maybe being cheeky with their recommendation of Git Nation because I actually co-MC'd JS Nation here in the US just like a couple weeks ago. And I even did like their interview stuff. I wonder if those are posted actually. Git Nation YouTube. They have like a... Do they have the interviews here? So yeah, Git Nation Heroes. 2 months ago, 1 month ago, 3 weeks ago. So yeah, they'll probably drip feed these out. But I got to do these interview type things with 4 people, and it was awesome. Will vibe coding eventually take it over? I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, so for these, I got to interview... oh my god, why am I spacing on her name? Well, Ken Wheeler, Daniel Rowe, Nicholas Gallagher, and then, what is her name? Shonday Patterson. Yeah. So I got to interview those 4 people, and it was awesome. And I got good feedback that it went well, so yeah. Yeah, it seemed fun. I'd love to do more of these. Oh, but you have to run it super late there. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's not the main thing we're doing, actually. I'm also doing a social media management tool. So, you know, just real quick before you get going, I'm actually doing like keyword listening on Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters, and for everyone else joining from the raid. And then the current feature I have is like, yeah, keyword matching only goes so far, but then could we pass it through an LLM to qualify a keyword match better based upon like a specific prompt? And that's the feature we're building called Lenses. So yeah, it may actually overlap with what you were doing. I'd love to know more, but if it's super late where you're at and you gotta go, no worries, Sabine. Thank you for the raid, though. But yeah, open code is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I just vibed up some stuff. For everyone looking at like other AI stuff, you might also check out Open Hands, formerly known as Open Devon. And the idea behind this is it's more like less of like your terminal and more like these things are running in a Docker container wherever you want. And you can have as many of them as you want going. Now, I haven't done it enough yet, but I do want to toy with it here at some point. So let's at least do this part. Wasn't Open Hands originally meant to be a Manus clone? I don't know what Manus was, but their original name was Open Devon. Yes, you can definitely host it locally. So I guess the thing is, like, you can host it locally, but you still need a model, right? So then you'd have to locally host a model too. So OpenHands is more like the orchestrator of the work, like an open code or a Claude code, but the model is still like the thing that's doing the actual intelligence, right? So yeah, you could definitely use Ollama with OpenHands for sure. Like maybe not app.allhands.dev, but you can do like the open version of OpenHands. Right, so if we go to their GitHub, that's probably the way to find it. So yeah, easiest way is maybe just the CLI, right? Grab that, pull it down. There's also the local GUI that you can like self-host and run yourself. There's the cloud, and then there's like enterprise, and then I think there's even like their SDK, which is like some Python library. But I don't know. Yeah, OpenHands is pretty cool. And yes, you should be able to run fully locally, right? But you do end up needing to wire up the model and all that. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. And I think, like I've been chatting, like the founder is one of my former like bosses or like boss's boss or whatever. Super good dude, Robert Brennan. But yeah, like, where was I going with that? Shit. There's like a reason why I was mentioning it. Oh, he was saying that like most of their like big customers are like enterprise, right? Because it's so like locally self-hostable. So them being able to like spin it up and run it on their own hardware is a big part of it. And I can't say too much more than that, but yeah, enterprise is like a big thing for them. So it was one of the first computer does task on the internet showcases. Yeah, so Hamster, like, this was originally called Open Devon. So it was like literally just meant to be like a Devon competitor, right? So Devon's by the company that just bought Windsurf. But yeah, like the simplest way is probably the CLI, and getting the CLI going is basically just a Docker container. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. All right, so back for what we're working on. So everyone that joined from the raid, everyone who's just chilling, what's up, Kenny, Mr. Sir? We need to build out this controller and its logic. And this controller, I think we started with these endpoints a bit. Right? So index, create. Those are the only two things that we're going to expose out to other people. Right? Fetching an individual one probably doesn't matter. We may want to do a show. Nah, I do think we want to do a show. You're still looking for an LLM that you can run locally and does not hallucinate and makes up code by themselves. I mean, how much RAM do you got? Because that's going to be your biggest constraint. But there is one that OpenHands actually helped create with the Mistral team called Devstral. Definitely worth a shot. So at least back when this performance was checked, right? Qwen 3, Gemma 3, DeepSeek. Right? It outperformed those in like Software Engineer Bench. So I would say try and get Devstral running on Ollama and then plug that into whatever tool you want. It may not be state of the art anymore because this is back 6 months ago, but still worth checking out. And it's small, like it's very small. It's like under 100 like billion params, you know. You use Devstral on Ollama and it's still good. There you go. So yeah, here we see Devstral outperforming GPT-4, Claude 3.5, whatever SWE Smith is. So definitely worth checking out. Yeah, like, you know, not saying it's perfect, but definitely worth trying. And it seems like majorly self-hostable, which I think is the cool part. Yeah, happy to help. All right. So yeah, we're pouring another beverage, obviously. And then, yeah, let's get to building out the back-end controller logic for lens results. And then from there... I was wondering, like, something feels weird. You know how, like, in beanies, when they got the tag in there, they put a little plastic thing to, like, prevent you, like, pulling the tag out and, like, ruining the beanie? Yeah, that was still in there. That's fun. AI makes production so much faster. Eh. It is a brand new yellow beanie. Yep. So it doesn't quite fit right. I probably need to wash it a couple times because I want it like smooth at the top here still. But I don't want the brim so big. So yeah, brand new yellow beanie. The other one is filthy. Like, dude, so gross. Like on the inside. Like this one, look at how clean that is. There's no sweat color or anything built into it. Damn, that's fresh. Like so fresh it's a little itchy actually. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I think if I just wash the beanie a few times, it'll shrink up, and then the brim won't be nearly as big. I've also got a white one that also looks kind of big. I'm looking forward to the start of the new year so that I can do the proper, like, start a business for stream, as well as, like, start a business for, like, merch, you know? Because I don't want to do that stuff through Whirligig Labs. Like, I need my, like, stream revenue and all that, like, taxable that way. And then I can write off, like, buying stuff for stream. So I could definitely start keeping track of that better. And then it'd be even smarter if I start just funneling all of that money into its own bank account. Start only using that bank account for purchases for stream. Like, yeah, so that's going to be my main goal. Like, start a proper business account for stream stuff. Yeah, and I want to do, like, custom beanies. Like, you know, they'll be wholesale from somewhere, and then I'll just slap a tag on them. But better than nothing, right? Anyway, let's keep going. So yeah, show would be not keyword ID, and yeah, all this stuff's actually totally broken. Because yeah, we just started like hammering out the basics of it. So keyword lens results. And fallen. What? Okay, fallen. All right. Yeah, Kenny, that was actually fun. Man, that must be 2016? No, 2017. Possibly 2018 before I started streaming. They would be unused, but you know what? We could do a used beanie thing as well. Oh, we could definitely do a used beanie thing. But yeah, that thing with like me doing the beanie over the face, that was for like the company I used to work for, Fresh Consulting. They had us come into the office, get like just a standard like photo, and it was grayscale. And then when you moused over, it would show that GIF of like 3 photos or whatever, like 4 photos in a row. So I just did, you know, I was like the beanie, and then it's like boop, 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 right? It was pretty fun. So yeah, no, I did it in 4. It's here, then there was like down, or maybe like halfway, then down, then up. Yeah, that was it. So yeah, like those 4 frames, and it was fun. Like other people had other things they did where like, you know, they would position themselves above or around the camera somehow. Like that was kind of fun. I don't know. It was a good way to like show our personality on just like a standard agency, like here's our team website kind of thing. So yeah, it was cool. But let me get more music going. And Fallen, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, no one has told me I'm wonderful today. But okay, so let me read this one. You had a weird day at work. You spent 3 days on this stupid Gentoo system to rescue the kernel. After helping someone else out, you realized what your problem could be. Some dude was also trying to help the same person and wasn't reading, which got you to thinking, now why you're broken, it was because he confused you and led you astray, so hoping this final compile gets you on the latest kernel. Hell yeah, good luck. And how's the haystack problem coming? We are a major portion through it, right? So we have lenses that we can create now. We don't have the controller endpoints for results, and that's what we're making right now. So then once we have the controller endpoints for results, we then wire that up to the front end, and we should be able to start bringing WebLLM into this so that we can actually click this run button and see what's going on. That's the main goal. And what's up, Nil Pointer? How you doing? All right, so yes, we're going to end up having org ID, keyword lens ID. Org ID, keyword lens ID. This is going to be keyword event ID. No, it's keyword lens results ID. But yeah, I'm doing well. And then creating a keyword lens for a keyword. Yep. This is result. So yeah, org ID is in the URL. Keyword ID is in the URL. Keyword lens ID is in the URL. And it's a post, so we're good. All right, so we get result and confidence. Those are the only two values we really care about. That's kind of what we're doing right now, Lasamot. So it doesn't do it automatically, but if you use this thing called OpenAPI Specs, which is an Elixir library, that's what we're doing with these macros right here. So this operation macro is supplying all the metadata for at least the basics of it, and then we still need to create some like modules for like, you know, the actual request and response like objects. But this at least tells us the path and route like metadata. So that's what we're doing right now. We're actually hammering out that API or OpenAPI metadata first, and then we're going to hammer out what happens inside of here. So then once we have OpenAPI specifications generated, we pass that through hayAPI, which generates our TypeScript SDK, which gives us all of our types for our front end. So when you say automatically, nope, there's extra stuff you have to do, but that's pretty much how it works with everything. Because you have to add metadata for the description, right? Like, and a bunch of those things. Elixir is not strongly or strictly typed enough to be able to have like some of this stuff be handled by the function signature. Go and Rust could, but I haven't actually dealt with Go and Rust trying to generate those things. I'm pretty sure there's still a bunch of like extra boilerplate you have to add, right? Like you'd have to do something to at least like do a doc block or something that would then allow it to associate the route that you have in your router with the function that's doing the work, right? Like Go or Rust style. So I think no matter what, there's still a little bit of like boilerplate to be done. But at least this is type checked boilerplate. So when we say that Elixir is not strictly typed enough, it is actually strongly typed. And it can validate the shape of these things and pattern match against them at compile time just fine, which is kind of cool. It can at least evaluate the presence of this existing and a whole bunch of that stuff. If we supply params to this that shouldn't be there, again, it can catch it at compile time due to pattern matching. So, yeah, Elixir is technically strongly typed, but it's not strictly typed. And that's where some people get hung up. But Lassamot, yeah, I would say almost every language needs at least something extra to make it work. I would say your easiest chance of doing it with as little boilerplate as possible is probably going to be either Rust or TypeScript, because TypeScript with the use of decorators and some things can get really close to being like zero, not zero boilerplate, but low boilerplate for generating this kind of stuff. The tricky part is, like, with TypeScript, there's always so many different, like, routers and things that handle that it's really hard to get that kind of metadata automatically. But when you have a good enough framework that has the router as, like, this is the only router, that's it, and they have their own, like, internal decorators for doing those things, then you might be better off. So I would say Nest.js might get really close. I haven't looked into it, because I don't typically build robust APIs with TypeScript. But Nest.js does have a lot of like really interesting decorators. Right? So like at controller, cats. At get for the find all, you know? So being able to do some of this magic might actually be able to save you from some of the heavier boilerplate for doing that stuff. I haven't dealt with it, so I don't know for sure. But yes, I massively prefer OpenAPI as like an integration layer over things like TRPC. Just because I'm not always going to write my back end with TypeScript, so TRPC becomes a lot more effort at that point, you know? You watched the documentary around TypeScript? Yeah, that was a good documentary, right? Was Erica Modio in that one? No. I think there's like a VS Code documentary that's going to happen eventually. Which would be good. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff in there. If you are building TypeScript backends, it's basically just down to Nest.js or Adonis.js for like building a full-on proper REST API with all the bells and whistles without having to like glue stuff together yourself. If you want to glue stuff together yourself, well then yeah, check out Hono, and there's a bunch of other like frameworks to really consider there. Hono, or what is it, Fastify? I think that's it. I wouldn't say Hono took over for Express. Express is still massively used. Hono is extremely lightweight, and it works better on the pattern of like Cloudflare workers. Whereas Express, you kind of need to like worry about like the Cloudflare worker Node.js like compatibility API. Whereas Hono just works directly with what workers have available. So it's kind of like a give and take. Hono is going to be lighter as far as like the bundle and the code that you ship because it doesn't need as many like translation layers and stuff like that. Theoretically. Again, I haven't done enough with Hono. CJ was talking about how he spoke at HonoConf. Ooh, that is on my list. I need to do enough with Hono to give a talk at HonoConf. I want to go to HonoConf 2026. So yeah, CJ did this. Wow, he did that recently too. He travels a lot. Yeah, CJ is so cool. Yeah, like super nice, you know? You never see him yelling at people the way I do sometimes on this stream, right? So his level of patience is just massive. And that's really cool of him. That said, I stream way more than him. So maybe that's part of it. Right? Like I stream too much, so my patience for bullshit is lower. That's probably my fault. Yeah, his mustache is amazing. His mustache is super good. CJ used to stream way too much in the beginning. Yeah, I feel like he was like 3 times a week, which is still a lot for sure. And yeah, hold on. You recently touched Nitro as a server, and that also seems pretty promising. Yeah, Nitro is magic. Yeah, I got to chat with Daniel Rowe at like React Summit for like the, I don't know, the fireside chat style, whatever they called it. I don't know what they call it. It'll release eventually. But also like I got to chat with him just like for the Get Kraken podcast, new episode coming probably on Wednesday with Daniel Rowe. And he's such a cool dude. Yeah, Daniel Rowe, he's really awesome. And it's like even crazier because I'll talk like he's such a senior engineer, right? Like let me just point that out. He really knows what the fuck he's doing. But there are times where I'll be chatting with him, and I'll be chatting with him like I'm chatting with a senior who's been a dev as long as I have. And he's like, yeah, I don't remember any of that. I got into dev like 5 years ago or something. Or like maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. I forget the exact time frame. Right? Because he has like a kind of like a cool storied history. He studied to be a lawyer, and then he was a chaplain or a vicar. I forget the terms. He's starting to use like UK like religious terms, which I don't understand. I don't know what a vicar does. No idea. But he was actually like he did like theology as like one of his like college majors or minors or whatever too, which is crazy. So yeah, he's a very like learned, smart, humble dude. So because of that, I would say Nitro is amazing because he's a huge fan and he doesn't hype himself up nearly enough. Like he's really cool and humble. So at that point, Nitro's got to be fucking rocket science, like magic at that point. Coming from PHP, you miss a Laravel-like standard. So I mean, Hamster, you really, really should be checking out Nest.js then. Like, you should really, really be checking out Nest.js. Right? Nest.js and Adonis are the closest the TypeScript ecosystem comes to a Rails-like experience. And Laravel-like is Rails-like, right? I guess Laravel maybe has taken it further to a degree, like, but I don't know. I would definitely give Adonis a try. I guess one big thing about any like Node.js, any like JavaScript backend is that tasks and caching are almost always going to be, well, caching I think makes sense. Caching, easy enough. But tasks, because TypeScript is, and JavaScript is single-threaded, the idea of tasks is usually something they leave up to other stuff. So that's a little trickier. Whereas with PHP, you just spin up another process and it's very simple, right? Because it's just through PHP's FPM, so it's no big deal. Who gives a shit? So I think that's the trickier bit there. It's like, it's an architecture problem at that point. And in general, for task-like things, there's probably better languages you might choose for that as well. But Hamster, if you're using a lot of Elixir, yeah, you get all that stuff with Elixir, like real easy. I forget the name of the thing I'm using for my tasking stuff, but it's super simple. Is it here in dev? I think it's here in config. And then, yeah, I just have my scheduler with all these things that are like cron jobs, but I can still use my, like, you know, my Elixir, like, logic still. So I don't need to wire up some hacky, like, go-between logic that then can be called from bash or something, right? So it's kind of nice. It's like a cron job, but you still get, like, the programming language you're used to. And maybe that's not the task you're talking about, but, like, this is a harder thing to do in a JavaScript-focused language. Like, it's doable, but not as many things focus on it, right? And then as far as, like, tasks, as far as, like, creating just another process, yeah, Elixir has, like, tasks out of the box really easy as well. But, yeah, for TypeScript, you usually have to rely on something else for that. But hold on, let me read some other comments. You're not too involved with JSTS yet, but why can't backend JSTS use more than one thread? Couldn't they add support because they created a runtime for it? So you can, but because of just how it works, right, creating a new thread on the back end is heavier than you would think. And creating a new process is doable, but you're basically you're occupying that entire core of the CPU with that process. So if you're dealing with a single core CPU on like a super cheap DigitalOcean droplet, you're actually like losing a lot of the benefits of multi-threading because it's still all cooperative on the same core and on the same thread, which becomes a lot grosser just because that like cooperative scheduling isn't really that built in. Is Elixir more standard? No. I would say it's closer than node modules are, but the reason that packages are all generally structured similarly is because of the PSR standard in PHP, right? So like the framework interop group. This is really the entire power and magic of why PHP feels so similar from library to library, because they realized that shit was way off and they needed at least a basic coding standard. They needed to then implement PSR2, which I think is deprecated at this point, right? It's a coding style guide. I guess they have a new one now? Extended coding style guide, so PSR12. There's this thing that framework and library authors did for PHP that no one's really approaching and trying to do for JavaScript, TypeScript yet. In Elixir, things tend to follow a lot of the same patterns just because it's not nearly as giant of an ecosystem. But PHP was, and JavaScript, TypeScript is, right? So I would say at some point, JavaScript, TypeScript needs to adopt some of these like PSR style things. Luckily, JavaScript tends to have standards in like the engines. So you follow those standards anyway for the most part, right? Like the specification itself. But PHP is able to move so much quicker because they don't have a standards body around it. The framework interop group is the closest you get to a PHP standards body. Whereas, because JavaScript has to run in browsers, you have to go through whatever the W3C says. So there's definitely some like bureaucracy around creating these kinds of standards for TypeScript and JavaScript. And there's less bureaucracy somehow in PHP, even though it seems like it's disparate and it's all these people just deciding to do things, because there isn't a central body besides the framework interop group, things can move a little quicker. And you can get things like caching and factories and an HTTP client standard that they all match up with. This HTTP client standard is very similar to what you get in Go, right? Non-idiomatic frameworks that write their own request-response objects are really not used because yeah, just use the standard libraries structures for these things. And then at that point, yeah, you basically get like the HTTP client for free out of Go code because they all have the same basic building blocks to work with. So Go, I think, is closest to having this stuff built in compared to most other things. Whereas other languages and ecosystems tend to have to like work together on that. I'd say Rust is actually the worst about it because no one's like the standard library is majorly lacking for things like this on purpose. And then also there's just, people are still figuring stuff out, you know? Tokyo is the closest thing to like a cross-cutting concern in the Rust ecosystem. Thanks, Kek. You think PHP also has the benefit of there being more clear best packages? Again, I don't know about that. In the Laravel ecosystem, yes. Outside of Laravel, not quite. Dev's going good. We're just having some conversations, chatting, chilling. We got sheets and APIs yet? Wait, what do you mean by that? The PHP change from Wild West to PSR? I think so, right? Like, PSR2 seems like it kind of came out of nowhere. Like, when did PSR2 really, really happen? I wish we could get, like, dates on these things. Yeah, they don't really give us dates. But I would say, I remember PSR2 and, like, the whole PSR system kind of like spinning up around what felt like 2010-ish. And it did take a good 2 or 3 years for it to really, really like settle as the right way to go. There was also like the League of Extraordinary Packages. I think that group also helped a lot. League of Extraordinary, I think it's packages. Yeah, the PHP League. Okay, yep. So yeah, like, some of these end up being like the go-to tools. And I feel like a lot of these people work hand in hand with the framework interop group. But even then, like some of the tools they made aren't even in here anymore. Like I remember Monolog was like the best like logging library. I don't even see it in the list anymore. Yes, Composer got introduced. I want to say, was Monolog ever League? I thought it was. I could have sworn it was part of the League, but I could be wrong. I thought it was. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it never was. I don't remember. I thought it was, though. Yeah. We're just talking like it was interesting because Node.js and NPM came out first, right? Before PHP got its shit together. But it was the wake-up call that PHP needed. So then PHP League and Framework Interop Group kind of spun up 3 or 4 years after that, which is pretty cool. So it's actually like really interesting that PHP didn't have to move first. They just had to learn, you know, which is powerful. They could take and learn from the shit that the other things were doing and figure out their own like way forward. So with the Framework Interop Group, they solved the need for like a standards body. With the PHP League, they solved the need for like some standard library bullshit. Like, I don't know. It's really powerful. I think it's cool. Should you learn PHP? You're learning JavaScript right now. Noah, I think every language is worth learning. Is it worth becoming an expert? Maybe not. It's up to you and like what kind of jobs you're looking for and what kind of jobs are hiring near you. And do I ever work in renderers? No, that's too low level for me. Nah, renderers are too low level. I'm an app dev and very rarely a library dev, but I think the libraries I've made are kind of shit. You're looking for C# roles. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, like, what is hiring near you, Noah? Like, how experienced are you? How many years of experience do you have? Only 1 year. So at that point, yeah, I would focus on roles nearby because as a junior, I still think it's hugely valuable going into the office. Being able to like show your face, have a presence, have a mentor within spitting distance, though you shouldn't spit on them, right? Like those things are huge for juniors. I do not recommend fully remote for juniors. You can hate me if you want, but I don't think it's the move. I just realized I didn't pop out my YouTube chat. No one's chatted there yet, so that's fine. But yeah, let me just double check. Yeah. So you live in a big city. They have game and software companies. Yep. But Noah, here's what I would do. I would go and start looking for roles, right? Like what roles are available in your city. And it is really, really like region-based. Are there a lot of Java roles? Is there that much C#? Is there a bunch of PHP? Apply for the roles near you and learn the things you need to get those roles, but be ready to pivot later in your career anyway by building things and doing other stuff. But I would say your goal should be to get that first job. Or at least like get that second job. I would just recommend nobody should get into game dev at big companies. I wouldn't recommend it. Game dev as an indie, amazing, super fun, right? Small indie companies, maybe all right. The majority of jobs in the game industry, nope, they're going to work you to the bone, pay you as little as they can, and cut you once the game's launched. That's the EA playbook. The game industry fucking sucks because they know there's an endless pipeline of kids out there that think they want to be game devs, and they can exploit the fuck out of them at every step of the way. I would not recommend game dev as a career unless you're going the indie route. And even then, you should probably still have a day job. I don't know a single game dev who's ever worked at a big company that disagrees with what I just said. And the big companies have the majority of the jobs. Yeah, make games on your own time, for sure. Like, that's fantastic. That's a great idea. But I would not pursue it as a career. Indie is so much work. Indie is a lot of work. And it doesn't pay unless you go viral. So do not make it your career. Make it your side hobby or side project or whatever. And then if you make it big off of one of your indie games, well then fuck it. You can quit your software dev job. No big deal. But don't bank on that. Right? It's like being a musician in the 90s and thinking you're going to make it big as a musician. Nope. Just nope. Your odds of an indie game going viral are just as good as your odds of getting signed to a record label as a musician in the 90s. It's possible, but don't quit your day job. What happened to OpenGL? Did it die? I don't know. I have no clue. Noah's Raptor. One thing I'll point out is a lot of games don't use OpenGL type stuff for their menus. Have you ever heard of Scaleform? Scaleform is what menus were made of in like all of the Borderlands games up until like Borderlands 3, I believe. Scaleform is Flash. Right? Menus are typically not made in the language that you're writing the game in. You should definitely not count on a record label deal as a developer. Just saying. The band's gonna make it, man. Yeah, exactly, Matthias. Totally. Noah's Raptor, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. You don't have to do that. I do appreciate it. Like, seeing that number go down as people are like, you know, budgeting and deciding that spending money on subs isn't something they need to do right now because eating is more important. I get it. But man, my sub numbers like a year or two ago were up like in the 200s, almost 300s. Now we're down at like 100, which is fine. I'd rather people eat than pay for a sub here. I get that, and I appreciate it. All right, we are definitely in a soft recession, borderline full-on recession. Probably going to, like, actual depression here eventually if shit doesn't turn around. But Hamster, I appreciate the follow too. Yeah, thank you. I think it's cool to see like the Theo like emote and the fact that you didn't even discover me through Theo, because that kind of like hints at like how much of a small world it is. Like, it's actually really cool, right? And I mean that especially, like, anytime I go to SF, I'm going to hit up Theo and Mark, see what they're up to. At most conferences I go to, if I think Theo's going to be there, I'll hit him up. So I get that, Noah. One thing to remember about programming books is that books are out of date the moment they're printed. The only thing that is considered evergreen is documentation. And I only mean like online, they update it as it changes documentation. So, yeah, I know you probably like the physical paper and all that BS, but yeah, programming books are kind of garbage, besides maybe like the handful that are timeless. So instead, I would encourage you to just start building stuff. Even modern Java is so different from Java 5 years ago. Like, they still evolve the language. They still add shit. Now, the projects you'll work on if you get hired, no, those are probably still ancient, right? Just because you learned modern Java doesn't mean you're going to be working on it at that Java job you just got. Oh, Java is absolutely evolving, for sure. Yeah, Java as a language is absolutely getting new features. The key is the company you're working at up to date enough to use those? Usually no. Unless you're on like a greenfield Java application, which does exist. But the majority of Java jobs out there are on older versions of Java, and that's just how that works. Same with C#, same with C++, same with whatever. Right? There are plenty of businesses running in the world today that are still using PHP 5. Hopefully 5.3, even better 5.6, but they still exist. Yeah, Noah, I get it. C#'s fine. They're all fine. But what is actually being hired for in your area? And I doubt it's just C++. But that's up to you, right? Like, put in that research, crunch those numbers, figure that out. Get that first dev job. After the first one, the others become easier. Yeah, I'd say getting some Shopify job stuff is good. You should be focusing on migrating away from that as soon as you can anyway, but yeah, it's a thing. Is that really like the most hired for thing in your area? I'm curious where you're like looking this stuff up. Indeed is kind of shit, as an example. I would heavily look at LinkedIn for just like job search stuff. Ottawa. Home of the Senators. Is that still their name? Oh, no, yeah. It's a requirement these days. If you're needing a job, your LinkedIn needs to be up to date. But I'm not even saying that. There's a job search board on LinkedIn. Don't apply through LinkedIn, but when you find a job that you like and like looking at the numbers, you go through LinkedIn to the website of the company that posted it and you apply through whatever they have on their website. If they link you back to LinkedIn, then apply through LinkedIn. But in general, a lot of companies do not look at LinkedIn because of the easy apply button being such bullshit. But a lot of companies will still post jobs to LinkedIn. Just make sure that you're applying through whatever they're using on their website, not LinkedIn itself. Oh, that's a shame. How long you been watching hockey for? I've met Mario Lemieux in person. I have mine and my brother's like signed cards. Right? We went to like sporting card stores way ahead of time to like get some Mario Lemieux cards, and then we had him sign them like at the hockey rink that he owns in Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. And yeah, when I lived in Jersey, I was into hockey. I played roller hockey a little bit, just like me and my friends. So like I was the goalie. So I was a big fan of goalies as well. Patrick Waugh was my favorite player. I even have like a custom Patrick Waugh starting lineup that was actually made from one of the other like goalies in the league at the time because he didn't get a starting lineup from that year. So it was like a custom hand painted Patrick Waugh that they then like resealed. Like, yeah, it was super cool. Yeah, 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 yeah. Super cool. You think his son is a coach? He kept getting kicked out for fighting? That's even funnier. That's good. That's nice. Tormenting him saying Roy instead of Wah? Or did you say it like the proper way? I just see all the R's. Okay, there you go. Nailed it. Hey, there you go. I think you were yelling Roy at other times during those 6 months. Ew. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Dude, kids start young these days. That shit blows my mind. I didn't go all the way till I was 18. Actually, I might have been 19 because I was waiting for my girlfriend to turn 18, and she was a year younger. Yeah, so I didn't go all the way until 19. All right, anyway, let's close some of this. Let's get back to what we're doing. All right, so yeah, we got to continue building out these controllers. This is going to be lens results. I feel like lens ID. All right, so yeah, I know this function name is getting super long. Kind of curious where your life will go. You definitely need to watch more hockey. Sure. Yeah, I was always a big Colorado Avalanche fan, like Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh, and did Yamir Yager end up going to the Avalanche too? I know he was on Pittsburgh for a long time. No, no, I stopped following hockey ages ago. I haven't watched a hockey game in a long fucking time. Yeah, what teams did he play for? He never played for the Avalanche. Okay, damn, he fucking bounced around like a beach ball at a Nickelback concert. Holy shit, dude. I feel like he started on the Penguins, right? So yeah, he wasn't on the Avalanche at least. Yeah, my grandfather and my uncle are both like really into like Pittsburgh sports. So that's where I heard a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, yeah, Yager was great. Like super good player, for sure. I couldn't remember if he was on the Avalanche. Forsberg was. I feel like they had another like big player during that era too, but I don't remember who it was. And what's up, Nelixis? How you doing? Yeah, I've never actually been to a hockey game. I was almost able to go and see some like box seat stuff at the Kraken, which are here in Seattle. But I ended up not working for that company anymore. I'm doing well there, Nelixis. Keepin. So you're saying Joe Sakic. I don't remember him during that era. I'm guessing he was a wing. He might have been on defense actually. I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember that player. I guess I just remember Forsberg and Waugh. Thought there was someone else I'm thinking of though. It might have been him, and I'm just spacing on it. But yeah, I'm doing well there, Nelixis. We're just chilling, hanging out, slowly working on code. Kind of what we do on Mondays anyway, so I'm okay with the pace at the moment. This is a solid Monday pace, right? It's the beginning of the week. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Do I know who will buy Messijo? Do you mean like who is my target customer or who is a target for acquiring Messijo? Because, yeah, I have some very specific like user personas. So as far as Messijo's target customer, they are social media managers. That's probably like the tip top. Nope. Damn it. I'm trying to remember what button I need to just move something up a row. I can never remember it. There we go. That was it. So yeah, social media managers are like the core target market. I think product support also works. People in recruiting also works. Those are the people that I will be making landing pages specifically for. If other people feel like they can do other things with it, well, that's cool. I don't know if they need a specific landing page for them, though. But yeah, bare minimum, any company that needs someone in the social media manager role, you can scale the capabilities of that role with Messijo. Like, that is our core target market. Companies that have social media managers that they want to scale better. I think startups and whoever they got dealing with a similar thing fits within this same bill, though. And then as far as like acquisitions, I mean, there's the big companies like whatever company owns Mention.com. I don't know. I haven't really looked at like the potential for acquisition yet. I think there are companies out there that would consider it. I don't know. I'm not pitching to them. I don't care enough. Honestly, yeah, governments could be a target market too. I would say they're way lower on my list of who I give a shit about. Just because I don't think I'm following the stuff that they would care about. Right now, we are very like tech focused. Because of that, we're just not going to have the social media platforms that governments would care about. I think currently tech for all these things is my niche. And if I can get funding or other stuff, we can expand that niche. But I think for right now, my goal is to focus on tech companies and these roles within tech. Any cool websites I follow, like TLDR? I've got like Reddit where I'm like signed up to stuff, like the subreddits I care about. I watch Hacker News, and that's about it. So yeah, no, I don't do Substack. I don't do TLDR. I don't do any of that BS. I should. Honestly, there's like some newsletters I should follow just for solidarity, right? Cassidy has rated us so many times that I feel like I have to subscribe to Cassidy's newsletter now. Just out of solidarity. So I'll probably do that. Is Hacker News on YouTube? No. So I don't watch videos. Noah's Raptor, and this is definitely outing me a bit. I do not watch tech content on YouTube. It does not interest me whatsoever. I want text that I can scan because I can scan faster than a video will actually give me the info. Even watching a video at 2x speed. No, I can just scan text. I'm better at scanning text than I am at selectively hearing the right thing in a video. So Hacker News is Y Combinator, and that's it. Watch videos at 3 to 4x speed. I wouldn't actually catch anything, so I wouldn't understand anything being said, you know? Now, I simply believe in my ability to pattern match and scan content. So here's something interesting. I actually found out about AMP Inc. is spinning out of SourceGraph. I found out about that on Twitter, like on Friday. The fact that it's just finally becoming an article here is interesting. Now, I could be interested in AMP if it's not the same leadership as SourceGraph, because the leadership of SourceGraph burnt that bridge with me. Massively. Like, so massively. So much so that I refused to keep using Kodi because of it. I was using Kodi as my auto-completion tool at the time, and I flat out decided I'm migrating away after they burnt that bridge. So yeah, I keep AMP at an arm's length away no matter what. So videos are also entertainment for you. You can both be informed by something and have your head doing nothing. I get that. I understand their shark spot. I know that there are plenty of people that consume content via YouTube videos, like consume information via YouTube videos. I don't like consuming information from YouTube videos. YouTube to me is purely like entertainment. If I want information, I go to the source. I go to the thing that I can directly bookmark. You can't bookmark a section of a video nearly as well. You can, but it sucks. It's a terrible experience. So yeah, to me, I'd rather have a good purple link to something I looked up specifically than some video that is aggregating it for me. Now, I'm not saying those things are bad or that you should feel bad because you do it. No, it's not the way that I learn. If I'm looking for entertainment, well then yeah, I'll watch something for entertainment. You'll watch tutorials. Yeah, I fucking hate tutorial content. Absolute garbage, in my opinion. Because it's out of date the moment it's published. APIs change, things change, like, it's just gross. Prime says it in a short. Can you sum up the short so I don't have to actually watch it? Who the fuck is he interviewing here? Okay, so yeah, YouTube isn't for learning. Yeah, no, me and Prime have the exact same point. I'm willing to bet money Prime doesn't watch video content for learning as well, right? It's just not something you do as a senior. You need that purple link. It's just that easy. And if I'm being honest, maybe that's why me and Prime get along so well. Like, I know we disagree about some stuff politically in a massive way, but when it comes to being practical, he and I have basically the same opinions. Besides, like, typing speed and editor choice. I think for most other things, me and Prime actually totally agree. And I've had this opinion forever. So I'm not just biting Prime, okay? Shit. But no, I really do think that's probably why like me and Prime get along so well. You might not recognize it from Theo's stuff. He's actually very pragmatic too. But he's the kind of person that watches everything on YouTube. He's YouTube native. So like, we may not align on that part, but as far as like the pragmatism, I think there's value there. I think we align on a bunch of stuff. You just got to recognize that a lot of Theo's like video content is not always focused around pragmatism. Ooh, the circular funding thing I think is insane. Like, that's gotta be the clearest sign of a fucking bubble, right? Like, the immediate point that you have this, like, circular funding shit, dude, that's gotta be the sign of a bubble. Standard economic integration. I don't think so. Nah, man. That kind of like glad handing between OpenAI and NVIDIA, there's definitely something like Ouroboros style about it, right? Name a single time that an Ouroboros has not resulted in a bubble. Our Rob or Ross, I mean. Yes, that's a fucking Red Dwarf reference. Anyone that caught that? Yeah. I see ya. I see ya. God, I can't wait till Red Dwarf is back on Tubi TV. We're gonna watch that entire shit from start to finish again. Standard economic integration? Yeah, I don't know, Krasner. Point that one out on a timeline. When has that standard economic integration not been a bubble? I'd be really curious about that. It's happened with all new technologies? I don't know, man. Citation, please. Like, I don't know, man. And I could be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. Competitor to ChatGPT costs $5 million to make. I mean, a legitimate competitor to ChatGPT is something like fucking T3 Chat, you know? Oh, I get that, Shark Spot. Yeah, no, I get that. Like, anyone remember the Amazon sent me, like, I ordered 2 DIMMs of whatever, and Amazon sent me a case. That person is sitting on a fucking gold mine at this point. Hopefully they still have that shit. Nah, RAM's just dead till the bubble bursts. It's fine. Do you think the bubble's going to burst in 2028? I'm not trying to predict it. I just know it's going to happen. I don't know. I feel it deep in the core of my being. But I could be wrong. But yeah, Krasner, I'm not looking for you to like find a source. I'm just saying like just think about out loud, right? What new technology would you think had this exact same glad-handing Ouroboros kind of thing? I'm really curious about that. And no citation needed. Like, what other technology really had this? Well, yeah, the company that's using me, I invested into because they're going to be buying my shit anyway. When was the last time we really, really, really had that? Right? Does NVIDIA own EA stock? I don't think so. Does NVIDIA own Unreal stock? Or like Epic stock? I don't think so. They do own OpenAI. That's what I'm getting at, Noah's. Like, this is that Ouroboros, the snake eating the tail, right? If you're not aware of what I mean when I say Ouroboros, I literally mean it's that snake that's eating its own tail. Right? When in the past has that been a thing for any major technology breakthrough? NVIDIA is explicitly giving money to a thing that is propping up their value. Like, that's basically Enron shit. Like, that's basically Enron shit. Now, I don't know enough about Enron, because that was a little before my time. As far as, like, understanding how this shit works at all. Do I think rent is high because of BlackRock and Vanguard? I think it's a part of the problem, absolutely. I think rent is high because of Airbnb. Yeah. Yeah, Airbnb and BlackRock have a massive interest in that. And that shit's going to crash eventually, too. All it's going to take is a little bit of legislation to kill that entire fucking market. Just tax property and land costs, right? Like property tax. Increase the cost of that property tax based upon how many properties you own. Problem solved. Yep. Yeah, McDonald's would crash for the same reason. Yeah, McDonald's is a real estate company more so than a burger company. But they should get fucked. And maybe, like, we could carve out something for commercial land, right? But residential land, yes, your property taxes should almost exponentially increase based on how much property you own. And that would solve the entire BlackRock problem. That would create so much fucking affordable housing. That shit would be huge. The more properties you own, the more property tax you pay. Not just linearly, but multiplicatively at the bare minimum. I get that, Noah's. I mean, we can blame BlackRock all we want. It's other shit really doing the harm. You know what's insane? The commercial real estate market. And the problem with the commercial real estate market is you can't shake it up because everyone's on 10-year plus leases, right? Because that's how commercial real estate works. So at a 10-year lease, you know, there's only so much you can do. Like, yeah, no, we're on this lease for another 5 years. We can't just say everyone work remotely now because we still got to pay for this fucking shit. And we actually own some of that shit, right? If you're at the Amazon level. They own the properties instead of commercially leasing them. And if those properties go to shit, their bottom line goes to shit because their stock tanks because they're owners of this depreciating asset. So yeah, like there's a major reason a lot of companies are going back to return to office stuff. Part of it is commercial, like real estate problems. And the other part is they actually want to do a round of layoffs, but it's easy to disguise layoffs by simply laying off the people that don't want to return to office instead. Well, no, it wasn't a layoff because of economic reasons. It's a layoff because we want people in the office, you know, blah, blah, blah. I think a bunch of the return to office shit is just masked. Hey, we're trying to cut budget because we see a recession coming. But I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not some economist. I'm just some stoner that probably smokes too much weed and drinks too much whiskey. So it's not a big deal. Let's get back to code. I'm not a marine biologist. I am not. Nope. Damn, Robert, I kind of figured you left already. Shit, are you just waiting to see, like, you're trying to, like, just time the, hey, how's your, like, team doing kind of thing? Yeah, what are you even doing here right now? You leave by, like, 4 o'clock every day anyway. Like, 3 o'clock even. What are you doing here so late? You got some, like, late night deploy going? Shit. Yeah, only dog spelled backwards knows. I get it. I get it. Damn, dude, that's fucking rough. Damn, Noah's fucking knows, huh? Oh, shit. Damn. Robert Tables, did Noah like fully call it out? Noah, have you broken a hip before? Because that's what he's talking about. Yeah, holy shit, dude. Okay is a relative term. $44, never been pampered. You're doing it now. I mean, you used to drive trucks, right? Shit. That's the pampered life, isn't it? You just live out of one little, like, 4x6 box. I actually saw someone's, like, clip of what their, like, daily schedule looks like as a truck driver. It actually looked kind of nice. It looked really cozy, actually. Your mom drove truck for 15 years. Damn, dude. That's cool. All right, Chargers versus the Eagles. That's the game going tonight. Chargers versus Eagles. Justin Herbert better stay healthy. That's all I'm saying. I only need 2.1 points. 2.2 points out of Keenan Allen. It's going to be a very close game. Dude, I made the mistake of starting Romeo Dubs, or whatever his name is. That was a fucking mistake. Never again. I'll just throw Cooper Kupp in there if I have to. Yeah, Dubs was a fucking 0, dude. I just need 2.2 points. If Keenan Allen can't muster 2.2 points, he's off the fucking team. My team. He should probably be off their team too. All right, so yeah, we're still going. Yep. We got more controller stuff to do. I think he's healthy enough. Yeah. Harbaugh? Wait, that dude's a real thing? I thought he was like an old school coach. I thought Harbaugh was like Madden era. Harbaugh's still coaching a team? Well, now I don't feel good about this at all. Shit. All right, so I did come back to this point where org ID absolutely needs to be part of our queries. Because we don't want someone being able to look up like stuff like belonging to another thing. They are brothers. One is there. The other went to college football in Michigan. There's multiple Harbaughs? Okay. Aren't they still, like, old enough to be grandpas? Like, at what point are you no longer cut out to coach an NFL team? Oh, they're actually pretty young? Oh, really? Right? I know Jim Harbaugh. Which one's that? That's young for coaches? I don't believe you. Really? This dude does not look young. Pete Carroll is 74? No fucking way, dude. Really? No wonder he doesn't coach for the Seahawks anymore. He's the one in Vegas now, and they're like a massively losing team, yeah? Right? At some point, stop hiring people over 60. Stop electing people over 60. I don't want the people leading my country or leading football teams or leading any sports team to be at shit your pants age. Okay? That's young or old. Either way, I don't want any one of them being shit your pants age. Yeah, that was implied. For sure. None of these people should be shit your pants age. He's only 61, so he's right at the cutoff. All right, we can give people a couple years to prove themselves, but 70, right out. Like, come on, man. But what up, Iron T MP3? How you doing? We get distracted. It's kind of a theme of the stream, you know. Yeah. We'll get other shit done, but I'm in no rush. We're hanging out. We're chilling. You think you have my same beanie? This is a Neff beanie that really does need to learn how to conform to my head, because come on, dude. But it's a Neff beanie. And yeah, I pretty much buy Neff beanies exclusively until I start making my own. Next year, right? I'm talking first thing January. I'm incorporating my stream, or at least sole proprietoring my stream as a business. All money will funnel into an account for stream, and I will use stream money to fund various things. Like merch, like beanies. It'll stop going to my personal PayPal, and I'll stop paying for games based on y'all doing subs. Yeah, LLC, nah, you're better off just being a sole proprietorship anyway from the start, because any good lawyer will pierce the corporate veil. Right? So LLC doesn't matter, and it's not worth the effort reporting wise. I don't even think your tax burden is lower. Nah, just start it as a sole proprietorship. Call it good. That's my thought, not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. As an example, the holding company I have, Whirligig Labs, would absolutely sell Messijo to a third-party LLC for nothing the moment investment is considered. And hold on. What was the message? Am I using an IDE Linux? No, I'm using VS Code on Mac. All right, so no errors reported on this page. Keyword lens result. I do think, yeah, we want to make sure that org ID is part of all queries, because just because we validate someone as part of the org that we're in doesn't mean that the keyword, etc., right? Keyword and nested like keyword things are actually part of that same org. So we need to make sure that we are doing our queries that are scoped within an org. That's important. Yeah, I think it does have the pro thing, but you know, if I just do mini, there you go. That's what I got. So yeah, Apple M4 Pro chip with 14 core, 20 core, blah blah blah. Yeah. Maxed out the RAM, all that BS. That said, I do have to go pee. Let me go use the restroom, and I probably need to pour some more water too. So yeah, let me go pee and pour some water, and I'll be right back. Worth a car payment. Who the fuck finances a car? No, thank you. Alrighty, and I'm back. But yeah, sorry, I'm back. But yeah, like financing a car. I know people do it. It blows my mind. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Just buy an older car. I don't get it. Just buy an older car. Yeah, I'm just going to say there is not a single car, in my opinion, that is worth more than 10 grand. I'll just wait. What it's like to have a brand spanking new car? I don't know. It'll never be me. It'll never be me. Just not going to happen. Nope. No, thank you. I will never own a brand new car. And I'm totally okay with that. Couldn't be me, man. Couldn't be me. Now, the car I have right now is old enough that it's hard to find parts for it. You know what I'd do? I'd get a 10-year newer Subaru, but it's still like a 20-year-old Subaru. Right? The Subaru I have right now, dude. It's a 1995 Subaru. That motherfucker has hit its 30th birthday. Right? My car has political opinions now, I bet. $1995. Yeah, my car is older than people here in stream right now, I bet. Not a lot of you, but at least a couple. Did I see Alexa pay 20 a month to talk to Alexa because you removed that feature? I don't know what you're talking about there, but no. 95 was actually one of the best years for Subarus. Yeah, especially for like legacies. It was the last year of like one body like model, and that body model got changed in 96 plus to like an entirely new like legacy. I don't even know if they made legacies after that. But the key to Subaru in general is to pick something towards the end of the line of their newest like bodies, etc. So yes, if I wanted to upgrade, I'd be looking at somewhere between like a 2008 and a 2012, I think. Yeah, 95 was actually a really solid year for Subaru Legacies. They'd figured out a bunch of their transmission issues. They figured out a bunch of their like control arm bullshit. Like a 95 Subaru will easily go to 300,000 miles with maybe like an engine rebuild or a new transmission. If you have to do either of those, you're easily going to like 400,000. Yeah, 2005 was actually pretty early in the body run, depending on like the model you're using. If you're going with Outbacks and some of the other bullshit, 2005 is not necessarily the greatest. You're better off being 2008 to 2012. I don't know. I looked it up a while back. I'd have to look it up again. It's when like some shit happened to my car and I was like, oh shit, am I going to have to get a new car to me? What year should I be looking at? And yeah, I was looking at somewhere between 2008 and 2012, but I forget the exact years. I feel like 2013 was still in the mix. But I don't want the CVT, right? The variable transmission. I want to avoid that as long as I can. Until they figure that shit out right, you know? But yeah, I will never buy a brand new car. Fuck that. Nah. It's not for me. Owning 2 vehicles for no reason. Oh my god, dude. I'm considering if I even need the one. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Brand new car. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Sentra, that's a Nissan, yeah? I remember playing Gran Turismo 2, and the Nissan Skyline was like the absolute best car you could buy, like starting out. I'm that old. I forget what the other cars even were, but that Skyline, whoo-wee. Like you could beef up and run that Skyline for ages in Gran Turismo 2. All right, so hold on. Yeah. Org ID we absolutely need on every endpoint. Yeah? Yeah. We're like changing too much. Anonymous gifter. Are you the one that has been doing the political names and you picked specifically not a political name? Thank you. That's actually super cool of you. Thank you. I would assume that you're the person that's done the majorly political names in the past. So if you are that person, thank you so much. I really appreciate this most recent one. That's really cool of you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, anonymous gifter. You need to find your beanie. You don't know where it is? Well, in just a month or so, you'll be able to buy beanies from MrSir.clothing. Yes, that's a domain I own. And yes, I will be hosting a fourth wall store on that domain with my own shit that you can buy, as well as like other shit too. I will definitely be selling merch. I meant to do it this year and I just fucked up. But yeah, like starting in January, I'm going to make this stream into its own business. And all of the money from this business goes into its own bank account. And all that bullshit, right? And then from there, I will use that own bank account to buy merchandise and label it and do all that bullshit. I need to start treating stream like a proper business. Have I thought about writing a book? The most effective ways to still get baked when it's 3 days before payday. That's a book I could write, for sure. Right? Take your bong water, boil it down a bit, let it evaporate on a plate as you scrape out the good nuggets, and then knife hit that shit. Okay, so it's a short book. Brownies, ain't no one got time for that. Now, we're trying to get baked now. It's my bong water and I want it now. I could write a chapter on like the most effective uses of paper clips. So your ski resort stopped using wickets. What do you do now? I mean, I could write entire like chapters on that shit for sure. I think we got options. I think we're good. All right, so Keenan Allen's game has started. It's 4 minutes in and he hasn't done anything yet. Fuck, dude. If I lose this fantasy football game because Keenan Allen can't be asked to give me 3 points, I'm going to be real fucking pissed and he's dropped from the team. I don't mind losing to a Tota, but I'd rather win. Wait, K-Sync, did Keenan Allen used to play on the Bears? Now it all makes sense. Shit. I didn't know his history. He's still got that Bears mentality. Fuck. How you doing there, K-Sync? What's up, Phantom? How you doing? Hello? Hello? Hello. How you doing? Nostalgia conventions. They just aren't what they used to be. I don't know why that quote popped into my head. Okay, so I think we're good there. Let's double check all these things. Okay, so we actually did a good job on this part so far. All right. So getting keyword lens results is going to require the org and the keyword lens ID. I think we also want keyword ID. Unplug, Mr. Sir, where have you been? I've been worried sick. Nah, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, what are you up to? We actually remarked on that on Saturday, I think. Like, wait, where the fuck is my best QA been? And I only meant it somewhat facetiously when I said that. But yeah, like, dude, we haven't seen you in ages, man. How you been? What are you up to? And I was only half facetious, but still half facetious. Give or take, you know. But yeah, how you been, Unplug, Mr. Sir? I would assume you've been doing some like holiday vacationing stuff because you can't do it during like the normal main vacation time, or it's the end of the year and you got to use up that vacation time or it goes away. Those are my two current guesses. If it's none of those, it's still fine. All right, so overwhelmed, you know, when you go away for more than 2 weeks and you need to prepare for when you aren't there. I have way less of that to do as a DevRel, but I absolutely remember that shit as an engineer. So yeah, no, I totally get that, Unplug. 1000%, man. When do you go on your vacation? Or did you just get back? Like, I don't know, whatever. Still appreciate you. We still got this feature that we're trying to roll out that I think you're going to be a big fan of. Wait, you're going to Madagascar in a few days? That's cool. What's like your plan there? Like, what do you hope to see? A coworker I have just went to South Africa for like 2 weeks. Hold on. And I just realized I needed to apologize to a coworker for a thing where I thought I was just being like tongue in cheek, but I might have been too harsh. All right, sorry. So yeah, I need to like throw that out there to a coworker. We had a game jam at Get Kraken that I thought was really like fun and cool, and it seemed to me like they were leaving everything up to me and that they didn't put in the effort that they needed. And when I went through things, like I saw a totally different set of things that deserved the win versus what they saw. And it made it seem to me like they didn't put in the effort. And I'm not saying that was it. I just think, like there was a bunch of links they could click, and whether they clicked them, not a big deal. So yeah, like I do really feel like a coworker could have taken what I said in that context the wrong way. So I wanted to make sure. Thank you. Like, I don't know why. You just reminded me that I need to, like, follow up that way. So, again, thank you, Unplug. You're fucking killing it in ways you don't even know. No, dude. Do not. Absolutely do not do anything Messijo-wise on your fucking vacation, dude. Enjoy that vacation, man. If you want to do something, do it. But, like, dude. Nah, man. Enjoy your vacation. Don't think about Messijo whatsoever. It's not worth any of your vacation time. I will say, when you get back, I hope to have a bunch of features ready for you to test. But But do not do anything Messijo related. You're not getting paid. Like, come on, man. I can't afford to pay you. If I do end up getting VC funding, then I think there's something I could do to, like, kick you something. But no, like, bootstrapping wise, I can't afford to pay anyone for any of this shit. And I don't expect anything from anyone for any of this shit. For that same reason. So, yeah. Like, I don't know, man. Unplug. I was absolutely being facetious. Like, where have you been? Whatever. I was actually just wondering, like, I hope you're okay. Shit. Right? Because the bus factor is tough. The lottery factor is also a thing. So, yeah, if you won the lottery and you decide you just don't want to hang out in coding streams, I get that too. I absolutely hope the lottery factor is a reason for anyone ditching the stream. Yeah, anyway. No. I like all my coworkers. God, I can have moments where I'm a fucking jerk. We had this this game jam at GitKraken. And when I was looking at the results of the game jam, I saw some stuff where I thought it was like low effort from my coworkers, but no, they actually just reordered things based on what they saw. And that was me misunderstanding. But also, I think there were some links they could have clicked into that would have made some other things way more, like, ranked higher in their list of game jam stuff. Just because they didn't have a video for it doesn't mean it was a bad submission. And yeah, some of the stuff that people submitted for our game jam was actually really fucking cool. If you're curious, GitCon is a thing. Oh, I don't have a GitCon command? Fuck. All right, well, it's just gitcon.com. Whatever. I will say the game jam results, there was some really cool shit in the game jam, like, giveaway results things that we did. Honestly, the game jam was two other people really taking the wheel and doing that. And then at some point it seemed like they were just leaving it up to me to pick the winners. When really, like, you know, they were taking my opinion into account, but I misread what they were doing. But there were some really cool submissions. There was only maybe like 10 or 11 of them. Of those 10 or 11, there were some obviously like 3 winners and like 2 honorable mentions that needed shouting out. So yeah, like, I was definitely a little harsh when it seemed like, to me, they were just making it my job to pick winners. No, that's not what happened. They had their 3, and I disagreed with their 3. It's up to them if they decided otherwise. Like, totally fine. So yeah, I reached out, passing an olive branch to one coworker. I think there's one other I need to reach out to. I can do that tomorrow. But yeah, just one of those things. Like, honestly, GitCon is happening this week. We have a coworker who is putting in the effort for that, who's like editing all of the bullshit, right? The stuff I did MC-wise, the talks, like the speakers, like all that shit. They're creating like the full-on what they upload to the hosting platform for like a 2 days worth of content that gets streamed. But I still did the MC stuff for 1 day. And I did some other stuff. And we got some really good content coming at you. So I would say check out GitCon if you can. And if not, it'll be on YouTube pretty quickly. Like, totally up to you if you want to check any of it out. I'm not going to be offended if you don't watch it. Because would I watch it? Probably not. I might pass it to some like AI summary bot. You know. Don't feel bad about it. Still pretty cool. So save your spot. Watch it live for the fun of it. It'll be outside the times I'm streaming anyway, so it's totally okay. Go watch the shit. All right. Come on, Keenan Allen. Get any points. Motherfucker. Dude's passed the first entire quarter with the 0 activation. God damn it, Keenan Allen. Whatever, man. If I'm going to lose to someone, I'd rather lose to a Tota. I could have had anyone at my flex other than Dubes and won this match handily. So yeah, I blame relying upon a Green Bay wide receiver. That's my fault. What the fuck was I thinking? All right. More music. Did we just finish Laser Tiger? What album should I actually play? Well, we haven't heard Synthwave Belongs in a Museum today, at least. Did I hear the wind outside my window? Wind, can you hear me? Window pane, can you hear me? So hold on, Robert Tables. You're about to activate a grandfather, Philip Rivers, on the Colts. Please save you. Better than the tight end, though, right? Is Philip Rivers really a fucking grandfather at this point? With enough money, I could absolutely see. I could absolutely fucking see. Hold on. What's the dude's name? Like, the GOAT. The greatest of all time QB. right? He was with New England. He went to Tampa Bay. That asshole's name. I'm spacing on it because I'm not a football person. But that asshole, like, how much would it cost for the Colts to pay that? Yeah, to pay Tom Brady out of retirement. How much would it cost? What do you think? How much do you think Tom Brady just wants to collect a check and funnel it into some weird fucking crypto shit? What we need is crypto to tank so bad that Tom Brady needs to come back into the league. I think that's it, right? Crypto needs to, like, fucking bottom out. And then Tom Brady's like, well, fuck it. Now I gotta work again. So, all right, we need Bitcoin to go back to 40K for Tom Brady to get back into football again. Right? I think that's the thing. I'm pretty sure that's the thing. His wife is, meanwhile, just laughing at him. I mean, his wife's like a supermodel, right? So as far as, like, stock going to zero goes, she's in the same boat. Major supermodel set for life? I mean, only if she's good at investing. Like, supermodel looks go to zero in the same way Bitcoin won't. I don't know. I have no idea. Fuck it. She is multinational investment set. Tom wishes he was set up like that. Is she, though? I mean, I'm just saying, Robert Tables, like, unless she's like a fucking heiress to a monarchy, most models are not set up in the right way. Hence Tara Banks having to take on a fucking entire, like, TV show that she hated. Victoria Solstead, Playmate of the Year, still had to take fucking basketball. All right. So she is. She's like an heiress. She's like a princess or something. All right. So good job, Tom Brady. Nailed it. Good job, buddy. I don't know, man. $400 million-ish. I feel like sports players blow that within a year or two. I feel like supermodels can blow that just as quick. I could be wrong. Oh, so he married rich, so he can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? He's just taking like any like ad agency bullshit just so he can like be like, "Hey, lady, like I'm not you're not just the breadwinner. I can do something too, I swear." All right, so Giselle, that's her fucking name, right? Okay. All right, I get it. What has she done? Right? You just buy a house anywhere. You can buy a house anywhere. Yeah, 400 mil is insane. You can buy anything you want and just like live on the fucking interest. Yeah, just be pretty. I mean, look at this beanie. How is nobody paying me 100 mil a year? What the fuck, dude? Doing OnlyFans. No one would pay for that. No way in hell. No, I'm sorry. I would lose money on an OnlyFans. And there's no way in hell, dude. Nope. Nope. I'd be the only person to lose money on an OnlyFans. I'd start a website, only broke. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? Nah, man. Nobody would pay for that. Right? Like it's a striptease the other way. No big deal. Thank you, Unplug. I appreciate that. So, Unplug, you resubscribed and you gifted one to Brainless. Was it the striptease that did it? Obviously, like that much skin showing. Yeah, I get it. This is a skin stream at this point. I get it. I get it. I don't have enough ridges in my forehead to be a Klingon yet. One of these days. I'm just going full on Picard. Where is CMG Beanie? Like I was saying, it's a month away. We're a month away from CMG Beanie. Right, Mr. Sir Clothing. We're like a month away. The CMG Santa. Touche. Touche. Take it easy. All right, let's keep doing stuff. Yeah, onlycats.com. Like, you could do only felines, maybe, but I bet that's taken too. Like, nah, man. Only cat fans? Man, I got the hiccups. Ooh, onlycanines.com is available. Yeah, onlycanines.com. God, I got the hiccups going. All right, we're in the second quarter, and Keenan Allen still has nothing. God, these hiccups. Dude, fucking hiccups, man. God damn it. All right. So, yeah, I would say based on the hiccups I have. Hiccup? Dude, hiccups are fucking brutal, man. All All right, hold on. Anyone have a trick for hiccups? I think we got there. Anyone else out there with hiccups? Plug the nose, plug your ears. The nose is not enough. Hiccups themselves are a spasm of the diaphragm. So, prevent all the other bullshit related to your diaphragm and how you breathe. Pause that and hold it long enough that you're good. But yeah, unplug. You need to scare me. Production's down. I can't fetch any of my keywords. There's other ways, but they're not the problem for today. All right, so yeah, I know we got work to do. We didn't finish our controller today, but we did some work. I would say that we haven't finished other stuff. Yeah, the other stuff we need to do, we can solve tomorrow. But, you know what? It's 6 o'clock p.m. Did we go long enough today? No, it's only like 4 hours. It's a short stream. I could have actually started around 1:30, maybe even 1. I got distracted by a snowboard video. That's on me. But, yeah, so we got what we need to do. We started building out the controllers. We still have a bunch of testing to do, and we have, like, other testing to, like, fix as we do these other things. And I think that's our move for tomorrow. For gaming stream today, man, I don't even know what we do. Shit. Sugar with vinegar. I mean, that's just like sugar, right? Spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Like, that's all placebo. You once tried it and it worked, but yeah. If you believe it'll work, it'll probably work. But in general, hiccups are a spasm of the diaphragm. And anything you can do to interrupt that spasm cycle solves the problem. For me, it's plugging my nose and ears. For other people, it might be different, right? Getting startled could totally work. But in general, it's a spasm of the diaphragm, and that is a thing that you got to like work around. That is literally the mechanism of a hiccup. But anyway, who's actually going right now? Who do we go raid? Yeah, maybe unplug. I don't know. Yeah, it might be something related. Sure. Yeah, I have no idea. Whoa, productive time is like in an entirely new space. That's crazy. All right, let's go raid someone. Let's go raid Slyborg. We haven't raided Slyborg in fucking ages. So let's go do that. Yeah, let's go do that. For food tonight on gaming stream, I'm going to be eating some pho. I've got the pork massively thawed. I just need to like sear it before I slice it and put it in some pho, which will be delicious. But let's go raid Slyborg. Honestly, they are super good at what they do. Don't let their attractiveness distract you. No, they are actually really good at what they do. So let's go see what they're doing. Let's go hang out and say hi. And, you know, yeah, we're doing our thing. We're going to go raid Slyborg right now. So all y'all hanging out today, yes. Did I get enough done? Enough is subjective. But we'll get more done tomorrow. And I believe part of what we were doing today was realizing that we needed the org ID in all of our like data fetching stuff so that it returns a proper 404 if someone is not part of that same org, right? So we want to make sure that someone requesting keyword IDs and other IDs from another org can't see other orgs. And yeah, you know what? No, we need to make sure that org ID is at least something that we pass for a bunch of that stuff. So, is what it is. We got plans. There's always tomorrow. So I'll see most of y'all tomorrow. Could we have gotten more done today? Sure. But stress, fuck stress. So yeah, tomorrow's the day. I'll see y'all soon. Let's